Is it? Alright, perfect.
Perfect, as in should be working now?
Yeah. Just have a look at this power button. If it goes off, just let me know, but it should be charging now.
Okay, alright, can I let you know if it's not? I'm just asking people back home if they're getting it.
Thank you.
Okay, we should be getting some audio now. Hopefully we are. We've had some issues with that throughout the day. So this could be the first time that you're actually hearing us today. If it is, then welcome to the Claremont Cricket Club in Cape Town, South Africa for this round one match of the IMC Over-40s World Cup. We've got New Zealand playing against India at Claremont Cricket Club, which is a beautiful part of a beautiful city and a beautiful country. And New Zealand, well, you can see the score. They're 1, 2, 3 for 3. Scott Mara and Nick Horsley at the crease now. My name's Jim Morrison, and alongside me is Avidia. And hopefully the audio will get to you. So, this is day one, so there's always some sort of little technical issues, but we will do our very best to get them all ironed out for you, wherever you're watching in the world.
Very good fielding by India.
Okay, so it does seem like the audio is working, which is fantastic. We've got Iqbal Khan into Scott Mara, who drives firmly past the man, extra cover into the boundary for 4 and up the bank right now. So good firm shot from Scott Mara to get his first boundary. Now, a video, we've been talking away for about an hour, and at least, and it seems like nobody's heard a word we've said. So we may have to repeat some of the stuff that we've said, but that's okay.
That's not a problem. Yeah, now, as we said earlier this morning, we've had fairly dry weather conditions and a little bit of dew on the pitch overnight, but it's dried out quite nicely and it's made the outfield very fast, so you can expect a decent score.
We've seen the outfield pretty quick, and we've got Iqbal. As I mentioned before, he is a former first-class player, played a lot of Ranji Trophy cricket. He's now in his mid-50s, so he's one of the older players in the tournament, but he's still pretty fit. Captains the Indian over-50s side as well. And his unique claim to fame, which I mentioned before, he's the only player in all international Masters cricket to have scored a century and also taken a 5-wicket bag. And he's doing his bowling now, which he's just finished for another over, and we'll see him with the bat later on. Good batsman. So 1-2-8 for 3 is the score for New Zealand. Nick Horsley on 10, Scott Mara on 6. Earlier, Leighton Parsons was LBW to Sanjay Kamkar for 14 with the score at 38. Then we saw a very rapid partnership between James Marshall and Hardeep Singh of 63 before James Marshall played a bit of a soft shot, really, paddling it round to backward square leg or short fine leg for the catch to be taken. He was out for 34 and the score was 101 for 2. Then Hardeep Singh brought up his 50 before he was stumped for 57 by the man bowling now, Yogesh, who's into Scott Mara wearing the wide brim hat.
Yeah, we just heard a nice excited shot from the oval. There's just one embankment away from us. That's the USA and Australia match, and not doing too well over the USA. They're 55 for 6. So Australia doing some serious damage over there.
Yeah, it's a very good Australian team this year. I watched them play a warm-up game against South Africa. They are definitely one of the favoured teams in this tournament, I would estimate, along with South Africa and England.
Looking for an LBW. Umpire's not impressed. It's not happening.
Apparently the audio is very quiet, so we have to maybe speak up a bit.
Okay. Okay.
Another single for Mara out into the offside. So with the score at 1-8 for 3 after 21, we're approaching the halfway stage in this innings. New Zealand will be reasonably happy. They won't be terribly happy that they've lost Hardeep Singh and James Marshall, but they still do have plenty of batting to come, and that's a nice guide away by Nick Horsley down towards third man. It's gone out of our view.
It's just short of the boundary, so they've managed to save. A run or two.
Yeah, good bit of fielding there. Just 2 for Horsley. So one of the quicker men chasing that one down. We're sitting right next to the sight screen here, so when the ball goes behind the sight screen as we see it, or in front of the sight screen, we do lose track of it, but Avidya is doing a great job of keeping an eye on it for us. So the run rate, still pretty good for New Zealand. It's exactly 6. 131 divided by 22 equals 6. And if they keep that up, then they'll get to 270.
Yeah, I think that's a fairly good score that we can expect for today. And so you've got a pretty good knowledge on the New Zealand bowling team. Is there any danger points there for India that they need to strategize for?
Mara hits it into the covers for no runs. Well, yeah, I mean, the New Zealand team has a pretty balanced bowling attack. There's some good seamers. Peter Connell, the opening bowler, the captain. Paddy Sullivan. Jerem Wiley playing today. We'll shout for LBW. No, it looks like it's probably going down leg a little bit. The umpire put his hand out towards the offside, but I don't know what that was indicating. Looked to me like it was going down leg. We're not quite looking at the game from the same angle as you are. We're a little bit off to the right, and we're down at closer to ground level. But yeah, New Zealand has a pretty decent bowling attack. Some good paces, some good spinners, but we'll just have to wait and see, really. Tossed up again by Iqbal Khan. He does give the ball plenty of air. Horsley goes down the ground. There's no one there. It's heading towards the boundary, but it's going to be picked up just inside. He didn't completely time it. Good positive shot, though, from the left-handed Timaru man. I'll just tell you a little bit more about Iqbal Khan. He's played a lot of over-50s cricket. He's played 23 over-50s internationals for India. Taken 19 wickets at 25 and scored 676 runs at just under 40. That one's smashed away by Nick Horsley into the boundary for 4. Good shot. Iqbal dropping short and Horsley quickly onto it. So yes, Iqbal Khan at over 50s level, quite an effective performer, but it'll be a real challenge for him playing now at the over 40s level. Oh, given out. Well, just as we're talking about the challenges, turns out that Nick Horsley's the one who's challenged, and he was trapped on the back foot there. Maybe he could have gone forward to that delivery, but he didn't, and he was trapped in front. He doesn't look very happy. I'm not sure if he's upset at the decision or at himself. A little bit of gesticulation there, but it is what it is, and the umpire's made the decision. So New Zealand's 4th wicket falls just when Nick Horsley was starting to look pretty good. He got a start, just like all of the New Zealand batsmen have, but he's been trapped.
He's been very good. Faced 17 balls, got 18 runs. So definitely the strategy there is, get onto the pitch, start hitting as soon as you can, as much as you can, and not to waste your overs. See the next batsman coming to the crease is Peter Connolly. Connell. We
Actually-
just spoke about him. He's the bowler you talked about.
Yeah, actually no, this is Ben Rapson coming to the wicket.
Is it Ben Rapson?
Yep, Ben Rapson. Peter Connell will come in much later in the innings. Ben Rapson coming in at 6. He's an all-rounder, also from Canterbury, just like Nick Horsley and Hardeep Singh. But I think Rapson coming in a little bit sooner than New Zealand would have liked. They would have preferred to get through to this halfway stage of the innings, probably just with 2 or a maximum of 3 down. They do have batting to come, but I really think they'd rather be building a bit more of a base, even if the run rate wasn't quite so high. They would prefer to keep those wickets in hand, especially the wickets of Marshall and Hardeep. So a lot now resting on Ben Rapson and Scott Mara, and the Indians have been plugging away. They haven't given up, and they haven't let New Zealand really dominate, or they haven't let New Zealand escape without wickets falling, is what I should say. So credit to the Indians. They've taken 4 wickets now.
Besides Rapson and Mara, is there anyone further down the batting line that could possibly help New Zealand get more runs, should more wickets fall?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some hard hitters in the likes of Jerem Wiley. Nick Smith can bat, but look, I'd say Ben Rapson, Bo Dench, of course, the wicket keeper, he can do quite well. But look, I'd say New Zealand would really want these two to bat for another at least 10 to 15 overs, and just leave those bowling all-rounders only probably 6 or 7 overs. So there's a lot of weight on the shoulders of, well, not just the shoulders, but in this case mainly on the shoulders of Ben Rapson, who gets off the mark with a nice single onto the leg side. Right, Yogesh to continue with his slow left arms. And Mara sweeps. Is there a man out there?
Is that perhaps the
He's
first
holed
six of the
out.
day?
No, he's holed out. He's been caught on the boundary. So more poor batting from New Zealand, I'm afraid. There's only one man out there. And at this stage of the innings, where New Zealand really needed to consolidate to launch that one out to the only man on the onside, is, I have to say, pretty poor batting from Scott Mara. There was so much room, so much other room that he could have hit the ball to there. And New Zealand self-destructing a little bit here after being 101 for 1 the 15th over. They've now lost 4 wickets for about 40 runs. And it's a good comeback from India, but not very sensible from the New Zealand Over-40s. And they'll have to really focus here to get a good score on what looks like a very good batting wicket.
The new batsman up there, that's definitely Peter Connell, right?
No, Peter Connell will come in
Okay.
down the end of the innings. No,
They
this
just
is
need to update the scorecard then.
yeah. No, I'll tell you who they are. That's Bo Dench, the
Bo Dench.
wicket keeper from Auckland.
Okay, the one you said is quite a good hitter, so yeah, they're going to want to have to keep him at the crease to at least get those runs trickling in again.
He's a good player, Bo. He likes to play some unorthodox shots. Plays for the Auckland team in the New Zealand National Championships. And I know his mum is watching, so hello, Alison. Alison will be looking for a good performance from her son today, as we all will. From a New Zealand perspective, obviously the Indians would like to see him back in the hut pretty quickly. We're now past the halfway point in this innings. New Zealand 140 for 5. Top score, Hardeep Singh with 57, James Marshall with 34. No one else reaching 20. And it's been a case of batsmen getting in and getting out on what does look to be a pretty good batting wicket. Yogesh Dikolkar has been the pick of the bowlers. He's taken 3 of them, 3 for 17 off 5 overs. 1 wicket to each of Sanjay Kamkar and Iqbal Khan. So all of the spinners for India being successful. Here's Iqbal again, bowling to Ben Rapson, who turns it nicely into the onside for 1.
Yeah, at this stage, I think New Zealand's in a fairly good position to keep the runs going and just be careful not to take those big shots. Perhaps now consider just taking the singles.
Oh, chance there, out to point, but it's gone through the arms of the fielder, and they'll take 2 as it squirts out towards the backward point boundary. So 2 for Bo Dench. Wouldn't say that was a life, it went towards the fielder on the full, creating a few oohs and ahs from the Indian team. Tossed up again and driven down the ground by Bo Dench. That's a nice shot. So he's got to take a lot of responsibility on his shoulders today, Dench, the Auckland wicketkeeper. These two really need to get a partnership. As I said before, they want to be leaving the likes of Jerem Wiley and Nick Smith and Peter Connell only a few overs to bat. It's been a good effort from India. This is their first ever Over-40s international. I think a lot of these guys wouldn't have met each other until they arrived in Cape Town because they've assembled from all different parts. Some are based in England, such as Iqbal Khan, the captain, and some in India, of course. Over-40s cricket quite new in that country, as it is around the world, but New Zealand have at least had 2 years of domestic national championships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think, when you're so wide a spread and you come together for the first time, I think it's been a fairly good show for India, given what they've delivered thus far today. And good on to the team management for getting them to gel very quickly with each other.
Five other matches in this tournament being played simultaneously today. As we see Yogesh continue, tosses up nicely. We've been talking about USA Australia. They've made a bit of a comeback. USA, they were struggling early on, 27 for 4. They're now 70 for 6, so still in trouble, but recovering slightly. On the sweep, is that going out to the same man again? Oh, gee, they're living dangerously, the Kiwis. Ben Rapson hitting it towards the man who caught Scott Mara in the previous over. He doesn't catch it this time, and he does fielding and sends it back in, and the batsmen take 2. So again, there's just the one fielder anywhere near that leg side boundary, and they keep hitting it very, very close to him for some reason.
Yeah, he was discussing USA and Australia now, and another team that's playing not too far away from here. at the Volleyballston Oval at the Western Province Cricket Club is Zimbabwe and England, and Zimbabwe is currently 65 for 4.
Well, actually, my score says that they're 91 for 6.
91
so
for 6.
you may need to refresh there.
Something up with the scoreboard, yeah.
But yeah,
It's still not good.
it's not great.
Yeah.
England definitely one of the firm favourites for this tournament, but Zimbabwe, one of the dark horses. We don't know too much about them. They're in Pool A. This match is in Pool B. Faster and quicker this time from Yogesh, and dabbed out for another single by Ben Rapson, who, apart from that slog sweep that he nearly got himself caught on, has batted quite sensibly, just pushing the ball around for singles. So things looked very good for New Zealand when Hardeep Singh and James Marshall were batting together. Marshall came out and really dominated the spinners, hitting 5 boundaries really quickly. But then his wicket has heralded a bit of a demise for New Zealand. Shout for LBW. Umpire says no.
Yeah, no, umpire won't give him that one.
I mean, the run rate's still fine. It's 5.8. It's more the wickets that'll just be a bit of a concern for New Zealand. Normally 149 for 5 after 26 overs wouldn't be too bad, but I do feel like this is a good batting wicket. It's a very fast outfield, and I do expect the Indians to have some good batsmen. So I think a minimum score that New Zealand would feel comfortable with would be maybe 220, 230. And to get that, they're going to need to bat pretty well over the next 20 overs. It's only another 80 runs or so, but it's the wickets. If they start losing another couple of wickets, it's going to be more difficult to reach that target, obviously.
And they'll just get the single off that one.
Oh, Rapson down the pitch, didn't get to the pitch of it, but he manages to heave it out to long on for 1. So Iqbal's been a bit expensive today, 1 for 41 from 6.2, that's about 6.5 and over. Contrast with Yogesh, who's gone for 3.5 and over, but he's actually done a job,
Yeah.
Iqbal.
Yeah, I think Nicole Carr did a very good job with his overs, having gotten 3 wickets. That, of course, makes him one of the bowlers with the lowest economy rates. I think he's done pretty well. And of course, he's got about 3 overs left in terms of bowling for the rest of New Zealand's innings. So they may bring him on again to do some serious damage to the batting order.
I'm pretty sure he'll bowl through, actually. Rapson down the pitch again, meets that one on the full and gets another safe single down to long on. So this is pretty good batting from Rapson, recognising the situation. He's an experienced cricketer, still plays Premier cricket in Christchurch. I don't want to get this wrong, but I believe he was with Riccarton for a while, but I think he may have changed clubs. And I want to say he's with... Actually, I'm not going to guess, because I know they're very parochial down that part of the country, and I don't want to get the club wrong. But he still plays Premier League cricket in Christchurch, which is a good standard, and he's using that experience here today. So Yogesh will continue. I'm pretty sure he'll bowl his 9 straight from the Constantia Berg end. That's the far end as you see it on your screen. Good use of the feet again from Rapson, and he'll pick up one more out to the cover sweeper. Now I mentioned it earlier in the day, but I think that was before the audio came up. There's actually 2 World Cups going on at the same time at Masters cricket level. There's this one, the Over-40s World Cup, of course, which we're watching now. But there's also the Over-60s World Cup, which is taking place in Chennai, India, also a hot part of the world. Those games have been going since about 9:30 Indian time, which is about, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours ago. And 10 teams competing in that tournament. Unfortunately, Pakistan pulling out at the last minute, and Bangladesh as well. Pakistan due to the fact that they didn't sort their visas out, which is disappointing. Pakistan not competing in this tournament either, so they're missing out on all the World Cups, the Pakistanis. So 10 teams playing in that Over-60s World Cup, and we'll be following that with interest. But not quite as much as an interest as we'll follow this one, the Over-40s World Cup, the first of its kind.
Yeah, Yogesh Tikolka doing a good job of restricting New Zealand. Of course, cherry on top for him will be getting a wicket.
Nice punch down the ground by Rapson again, almost yorked himself, but he managed to dig it out. Now we had a magnificent opening ceremony yesterday. Were you at that, Avidia?
No, I didn't make it to the waterfront, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was spectacular. All 12 teams gathered at the Table Bay Hotel at the Victoria and Alfred waterfront, which is a beautiful collection of shops and restaurants and other harboury things. And we did a big parade, Olympic Games style, with flag bearers and a marimba band. So all the people who were out enjoying Sunday afternoon were watching what was going on. Everyone was all dressed in their national colours, so it was all very festive and hot, very hot, but a great occasion. Rapson again using his feet.
Get run from that one. I think, yeah, it's good that they just keep the run restricting. I know they're trying to go for those big shots, but for now it's just about protecting those wickets and getting a good partnership going, at least for the next 8 overs or so.
So we did the parade down through the waterfront, ending up at an area called the Silos, and that's where we had the speeches and the ceremonial side of things, and then the games were declared open. So all the players very excited to be here, a little bit nervous, not quite knowing what to expect, but excited to play cricket. It's a good over this from Iqbal. He's varied his flight and his pace, and it's a good contest now between the batsman and bowler. Oh, misfield by the man at cover. That's let the pressure off a little bit, and they're going to come back for 2. Bo Dench puts the head down and charges back for a second run. So yeah, Indian fielding's been pretty good today. They've held their catches and generally been good. It's a good fielding outfield, this one, nice and even, fast outfield. And that man gets him behind it this time. The run rate dipping a little bit. It's down to 5.5. It was up to 6.4 or so when Hardeep and Marshall were going well, but it's 5.5, which is still fine.
Mm-hmm.
If they keep going at that run rate, they'll get to about 250, but not sure that's, well, I don't know, it's hard to say. That would be nice to get from their perspective, and I think they'd be happy with that. But I think anything above 230 will be competitive.
Hmm?
Just checking the scorecard. There's the stream.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the screen. This is not the
No,
money.
this is the clips. This is not the stream. So if you want to see the stream,
Now we might have a change of bowling. It looks like Kamkar might have come back into the attack from the far end. He has, number 12. He took a bit of tap from James Marshall earlier, but he's been given another opportunity. So it's been a lot of slow left arm from the far end. The paceman got about 2 or 3 overs early on, but since then it's been all left arm spin. Good running from these two. Ben Rapson's a big lad, but he charged down the wicket there and made it comfortable.
So Dench now facing Kamkar.
One of the other matches today is Wales versus South Africa. South Africa the hosts, one of the favoured teams. They did have Wales 26 for 4. The Welsh have recovered a little bit. 73 for 4 they are after 26 overs. End of another over, and it looks like drinks with the score at 161 for 5 New Zealand. And when we come back in a few minutes, there will be 15 overs left for New Zealand to try and post a competitive score against India in this round 1 of the Over-40s World Cup. All right, we're into the third of the 3 blocks of 15 overs that New Zealand have to try and post a total against India in round 1 of the Over-40s World Cup. We've got Bo Dench and Ben Rapson, who have put on a partnership of about 21. Umpire signals the third block of 15 overs. And Dench will face Iqbal Khan. Starts with a single out to the cover sweeper. So 30 overs gone, that means 15 overs left. If they can go at 6 and over, that'll give them 90 more runs, which will take them up to 250, which is pretty much what Avidia's been asking for all day.
Yeah, it's a decent score they can put up there, and comfortable enough for them to restrict India when they go batting the innings.
I think the concern is, though, if New Zealand lose a wicket here, then it could make scoring quite difficult for the new batsmen coming in. They are the tail enders to come for New Zealand, with all due respect to the likes of Jerem Wiley, who can whack it, and Nick Smith. So I think it's really important for these two to bat probably for about half of the remaining 15 overs.
Yeah, and to try and just do so conservatively without putting the wickets in unnecessary danger. And you go for the singles.
If New Zealand can get to over 37 or 38, still 5 down, then that'll give the remaining batsmen a bit of license to try and reach the boundary in the last 7 overs. So they may have a slightly different sort of formula, the remaining batsmen, but I think that'll be basically what they're aiming to do. And Ben Rapson and Bo Dench have done that sort of thing pretty well. Rapson 14 off 26, Dench 12 off 17. Batsmen out today for New Zealand: Leighton Parsons for 14, James Marshall for 34, Hardeep Singh for 57, Nick Horsley for 18, Scott Mara for 8. Main wicket taker for India, Yogesh Dikolkar, 3 for 24 off 7. 2 other spinners taking the other 2 wickets. I've only seen the 5 bowlers so far, so I don't know if there are others to come or if India are going to rely just on those 5. One more out to the cover sweeper for Rapson. He's actually done a good job today. Ben Rapson came in when wheels were just not falling off, but just starting to jiggle a little bit, and he's batted with a cool head, picked up singles.
Yeah, which, as I said before, it's an ideal situation, just doing the singles. And now Rapson not done too bad. He's got a strike rate of about 54 right now. And I think essentially staying at the crease and keeping those runs trickling in.
Nice straight shot by Rapson down the ground. Has he got enough power? He has. Beautiful straight hit from the big fella, and it goes underneath the side screen at the far end for 4. So he's just mixing up those singles with calculated risks like that one, and that was very nicely played. Now, I don't know if you heard that cheer from behind us, the video, but I think Australia have taken another wicket. USA 89 for 7 now. As I mentioned before, we're playing at the Claremont Cricket Club, which has 2 grounds. We're on the lower ground, the Burt.
This is the Arden Oval, and the Burt Oval is where Australia and the USA is playing.
Right, thank you.
And that total is decidedly an easy chase for Australia.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know. But most of the scoring being done by Jignesh Desai. Sorry, he's got 48 out of their 89. Only one of the batsmen making double figures.
Almost 50% of the innings.
Okay, back to this game. Bo Dench taking strike and just turning the ball around the corner. A bit of hesitation. He's going to have to go misfield at the bowler's end by the bowler. I think if he'd managed to take that cleanly, then Bo Dench would have been struggling. He's pretty quick, Bo Dench, just 40 years of age, so one of the younger players in the side. He put the head down. There was some misunderstanding between him and Ben Rapson, but all is well that ends well. Another quick single.
You better be careful about that, because if the fielding was on point, they would have been in trouble.
Yeah, well, that was technically another misfield by the bowler, but that was branded back at him, and he really had no chance of gathering that. So a little bit of risky running, but it's actually quite... Those are the risks probably that New Zealand should be taking at this point as we get towards the last 10-12 overs of this innings. So more good batting. .34 runs the partnership between Rapson and Dench now. We've seen Bo Dench score some really good runs at over-40s level, most notably last year when New Zealand, he played for New Zealand A against both New Zealand and Australia, and he scored a really good 70 in one match, showing a full range of shots. Now I think we are going to have a change of bowling at the commentary end. It's number 7. Do we know who that is? Oh yeah, Fakir Dungaria, or Dungaria. He's another guy who's over 50. Interesting character, I'll tell you about him in a moment. Another left arm spinner, so they got plenty of them. As Rapson's on the sweep and it's a leg by. So Fakir Dungaria has played over 50s cricket for both India and England. I'll see if I can pull up his stats. Oops. Yeah, he's played 20 over 50s internationals. That's quite a few. Taken 12 wickets at 29, and that's for both India and England. I'm trying to remember which one he played for first. I think he played for England first. He is England based, but most recently played for India. And a good start to his bowling spell today. No runs off his bowling, just the leg by. Bowls pretty flat left arm. And that's a good punch by Bo Dench down the ground for 1. Got any other interesting scores for us there, Nvidia, from the other games?
Well, at this stage, Namibia is 160 for 4, playing against Canada.
That's a good comeback because they were 4 down for not many, I think.
And Zimbabwe is crept up nicely, and in the 31st over at the moment, and they're at 118.47. Who knows, maybe they can put up a good total for England to chase.
Good start for Dungaria, just 2 runs off his first. So it's getting a little bit late in New Zealand on a Monday night, 11:30 p.m. over there. Hopefully we've still got some of the die-hard fans staying up late. Maybe they're just going to watch the New Zealand innings, or maybe pull an all-nighter. If you are watching back in New Zealand, then g'day to you. And if you're watching in India, I guess it's early evening there, so a big namaste to you as well. I believe there's quite a lot of interest in India in this tournament. Of course, Indians love their cricket.
Always. It's a religion out there, as you know.
We're seeing some pretty good flat left-arm darts from both ends, actually. Dungaria and Kamkar. Both not giving the ball a huge amount of air. But Bo Dench equal to that one and drives it to the left of the long off fieldsman, who fumbles. So if they pushed a bit harder, they probably could have come back for 2. I think at this point of the innings they need to be quite urgent in the running, because there's not a lot of bad balls being dished up.
They were very convinced there was something there, but the umpire disagrees.
Yeah,
So New Zealand's safe for now.
I think they might have been asking for LBW, but it looked like it was way down leg side. Big full-blooded sweep shot attempted by Ben Rapson. No contact other than on his pad. And that's a more conservative shot. This time Bo Dench does run hard. He wants to come back for 2, but the fielder does a good job this time. Big
That's
shot.
a big shot.
Yeah, good shot from Bo Dench, finding the gap on the onside into the boundary for 4 between long on and cow corner. And yeah, good welcome boundary for New Zealand. It's been quite a few overs since New Zealand hit a boundary. And now's the point in the innings where New Zealand will look to reach the fence. And Bo Dench putting 1 foot down the wicket, hitting it well into the practice nets at the far end of the ground.
So this is the last ball for Kamkar, and then Dench is facing.
Actually, it's a new over, I think you'll find. This is Dungaria starting a new over.
Dungar starting new over.
Full toss, swept away by Ben Rapson. There is coverage there as the 2 men converge on the leg side. And they keep it to 1. So the 5 fielders that India are allowed back are being employed. There's a backward square leg, a deep mid wicket, a long on, a long off, and an extra cover sweeper. I'm guessing those last 2 because I can't see them, but that's where I would probably have them. single down the ground by Rapson. This is sensible batting. Just giving New Zealand a bit more of a platform from which to launch in the last 5, 6, 7, 8 overs.
Oh, they'll want to go for another one. Well, no. Better safe than sorry.
Just a single. So it'll be interesting to see what India does with its bowlers. Obviously the spinners have been much more effective than the medium pacers. I wonder if they'll try and keep the spinners on at the death, or if they will go the more conventional route of having the seamers bowl the last few overs. These two bowlers doing a good job. Dungaria, he's only bowled, what's that, 3 now? 2, only bowled 2, so he can bowl right through if he needs to. Dikolkar has a couple left, Kamkar has a couple left, so they could bowl most of the remaining 10 overs between those 3 left arm spinners. I think Iqbal Khan, the Indian captain, will probably aim for that, unless one of those bowlers takes some tap.
So New Zealand's now at 187 for 5. Still about 10 overs left. Yeah, it's looking pretty decent. I think if they can remain at this run rate, they can definitely reach a score of between 230 and 250, which is pretty decent, to put it out there.
Okay, so as predicted, looks like Yogesh Dikolkar is coming back on from the Constantiaberg end. He's been the pick of the bowlers. He has 7 overs, no maidens, 3 for 24. And I think Iqbal Khan has tossed him the ball and said, grab me another wicket, Yogesh. Because if they can get 1 or 2 out here, that'll make it harder for New Zealand to accelerate in the last few overs probably. Big hit by Bo Dench out towards the boundary. It is going to just trickle over the rope now. He didn't get all of it, but he got enough, and he placed it in a similar position to where he hit the boundary earlier. Second boundary for Bo Dench. Good strong shot from him. He's up to 26 now. 26 off 31. So valuable innings played by the wicketkeeper batsman from Auckland, making a really good contribution to this partnership of 52 actually, now it is. So 50 partnership between Rapson and Dench.
Yeah, it's important, taking the singles and getting those, making use of those gaps when you can. Getting the ball over the rope, that definitely helps get the run rate up there.
Rapson on the sweep. It's a bit of a top edge, but there's no one there, so the keeper has to chug back and get it, and they're going to pick up 2. So it was a good option. If he had managed to get good contact, it would have gone for 4, but he didn't. But still, 2 is a good result. New Zealand batsmen today guilty of getting in and getting out. Most of them getting starts, but a few of them throwing their wickets away. Have to put James Marshall into that category. He played a pretty soft sweep shot straight to the man at square leg to get caught, and Hardeep Singh, having played beautifully to get to 57, jumped out of his crease and was stumped, and Scott Mara picked out the only man on the leg side with a lofted slog sweep. Leighton Parsons, he was LBW, so I guess we can't put too much blame on him. Same with Nick Horsley. Obviously not good to get out, but I wouldn't say they threw the wickets away. And these two have batted really well. 50 partnership, as I mentioned, Ben Rapson and Bo Dench. Bo Dench 27 off 32, so he's got his strike rate up to 84, which is pretty good. And Ben Rapson's been very sensible. Just hit the one boundary. So now with 9 overs to spare and the score at 195, New Zealand will... Ooh, there's a few appeals there. You're really only supposed to appeal once, but the Indians thought that maybe the second or third time they'd have more success. Turns out the umpire's answer was the same on all occasions. Not out. Good bowling from Dungaria into his third over now, just conceded the 6 runs, so that's quite good at this stage of the innings. Oh, misfield by the man at cover again, who castigates himself, and they take 1 out to the sweeper. Yeah, so with the score approaching 200 and 8.5 overs to go, New Zealand will probably look, well, they could look to get to the 200 and then push on for maybe a score of around 240 or so. Good batting again from Rapson. He knew that there was a big gap behind him on the leg side, and he's found that gap with a little scoop shot. 2 runs. So there is a big gap there behind the wicket on the leg side. Most of the other parts of the field are pretty well plugged. There's 3 fielders on the boundary on the leg side, 2 on the off side. Rapson down the pitch, looks for one of those gaps again, but no, he's hit it straight to long off. Nice free flowing shot from the man they call Rappo. One of those really imaginative nicknames. Bo Dench has a slightly more creative nickname. They call him Jangles.
Jangles. I'd like to know the reason behind that.
Well, of course, you know about Bojangles.
Yes.
Mr. Bojangles, the song. So I guess he gets jangles out of that. Now, there's all sorts of people running onto the field now. They're all legitimate, don't worry, but there's people running out, drinking a towel for the batsman, and it's almost like we're taking a wee drinks break. There's a bunch of Indians coming on with water. It is hot out there, so it's understandable that the players do want to have an extra drink.
Yeah, it's about 35 degrees here in Cape Town.
35 degrees, yep, that's a hot one.
Celsius.
Yes, no, I get that. Yeah. I think I would know if it was 35 Fahrenheit. It would feel quite different. It certainly feels like 35 Celsius. Yeah.
I think someone just shouted over from the other side of the hill that the States is 150 for 7.
Oh, great. Okay. Well, that's quite a good comeback for them if that's the case.
Or was it 113 that they shouted? But it's
yeah, 117 for 7 they are, in fact. So Jignesh Desai, he's playing well, 64 off 78, holding that innings together. Jamie Pinelli was the destroyer He's a good all-round cricketer, Pinelli. 3 for 5 he took from 7 overs earlier for Australia. Okay, the drinks bearers are slowly walking off the field. That was quite a long unscheduled break. Looks like the umpires got the double teapot out, maybe encouraging the players, saying, come on fellas, you've only got 8 overs to go, suck it up. Now, will that unscheduled drinks break herald a change in tactics for either side? Looks like India are still going to persist with the slow left arm. Looks like Kamkar has the ball in hand. The difference might be in the New Zealand approach. They've now got themselves into a good position. They were 140 for 5 and a little bit of trouble there. Now they're 199 for 5, so they have that luxury of 5 wickets in hand for the last 8 overs. How will they approach this? Will they keep going with the singles and occasional boundary approach, or will they try and flip that around and look for boundaries first? I think if that happens, it'll be Bo Dench who goes a bit more aggressive. Rapson might stick to his slightly more nerdly approach. As I said, it's been really good from Big Ben Rapson. 31 off 44 he is. But equally Bo Dench, 28 off 36. I mentioned before that Ben Rapson plays Premier League cricket in Christchurch. Well, Bo Dench was playing Premier until last season up in Auckland, which is also a high level of cricket. So both these batsmen are used to playing at good level.
Well, it certainly shows them they're able to keep their calm and get the good shots in where it matters. I think they certainly realise that this is a key part of the innings for them, and to help New Zealand get to that score that they're aiming for.
Here's some runs, I think, for Bo Dench. He's swung it away beautifully behind square, no one there, into the boundary for 4 at backward square leg. It was angled down leg side and he just hoisted it away. Yeah, very nicely played by Bo Dench. So perhaps that does signal his intentions, or perhaps it was just a bad ball that deserved to be hit. Push push is the call from Ben Rapson as he hits it down to long on, but the fielder comes in quickly and keeps it to 1. Okay, so the 200 came up in that over, I think. 206 for 5 is the score, 38 overs gone. It's a run rate of 5.4, so New Zealand benefiting from that good quick start that they had. It's given them the luxury of being able to take a beat when wickets fall and still have a healthy run rate. Rapson
That's
down
a
the
good
track.
one. You'll get it for
Oh, what a great shot. There's a long off there, but Rapson hit it with such power that even though the long off fielder only had to move a little bit to his right, it went racing past him. So, yeah, really good shot from Rapson. He's opening up now too. So I think we're in for some action here, one way or the other, in the next few overs. Down the track again. They'll push for 2. Yep, Bo Dench puts the head down, puts the little short ones in, and comes charging back for 2.
Very well run. Just trying to
Ooh.
get another big one down the wicket.
Well, that was shorter and flatter, and Rapson on the back foot couldn't make contact. Similar delivery from Dungari, and it's misfielded again. I think, I don't want to assign blame where it's not due, but I think it's that same guy who keeps misfielding, number 6 there. It's in the same position. It may not be the same individual, but a few misfields in the covers today for the Indians. Otherwise, they've been pretty good. Tossed up and hit over cover by Bo Dench, not with a huge amount of power. I think the man will come around.
They'll get 2 runs.
Vidya seems to have x-ray vision. She can see through the wooden sight screen every time.
Probably just get a good feeling of where that ball is right now.
Women's intuition.
It's like a magnetic pull.
Hit crisply again by Bo Dench, but the field is fairly well set on that side. How many runs off that over? 10 runs off the over, so a good one for New Zealand. 215 is the score. So let's do a little prediction. 6 overs left. If they can go at 6 and over, that's 36. That'll take them up to about 250.
Yeah.
Do you want to go above 250 or a video, or below 250?
That's conservative enough. Yeah, just 250. They might surprise us.
I'll go on, pick one. 250 plus or 250 minus? Where's your money?
250 plus.
All right, I'll go minus just for fun. Although, as a Kiwi, I would obviously like to see New Zealand break that 250,000 barrier. Here we go, Camcar to continue. Nice hit from Ben Rapson. He's found the gap. What a lovely extra cover drive that was, all along the ground, really nicely placed. And that's one of the shots of the day, I'd say. He just opened up his stance, knew that the gap was there, and Iqbal Khan at extra cover really had no chance when it was slightly to his left, and into the boundary for another 4 for Rapson, who's up to 40 now.
After facing about 50 balls, he's done pretty well with strike rate of 80
That's right.
at the moment, and Dench at 85. Doing fairly well, considering this is about 5 overs remaining for New Zealand. Keep it to 6 to 7 runs per over. They'll get that 250 plus.
Another one for Dench. So yeah, 250, it's a good score, it is, but I've been saying all day, this looks like a really good batting wicket. And India, I'm sure, will have some good batsmen. The only one I know about really is Iqbal Khan, but I'm sure they will have some other gun batters. So 250, Might be just about par.
Oh,
Down
up in
the
there,
track.
there'll be 4.
That's a beautiful shot by Rapson. I think he's cleared the boundary. Oh no, he hasn't. Must have bounced just inside. But another beautiful straight shot from the big fella. He's moving into his work now, up to 45, is he? 49. Okay, so 1 run away from
His 50.
Yep, that'll be his first 50. It'll be, if he gets there, it'll be the second of the New Zealand innings. It'll be Rapson's first in international cricket, is what I mean. Down the track again.
Oh.
No. Oh yes, they will take the single as it bounces off the hand of the bowler.
That's very gutsy from them.
And the New Zealand players and spectators acknowledge this fine half century from Ben Rapson. He acknowledges back, gets a bit of a fist pump from his batting partner Bo Dench. Excellent innings from Ben Rapson. Congratulations to you. I'm sure all the folks down in Christchurch will be delighted for him. We've got some of his IPT teammates, the Mainland Hawks. They're staying up, I'm sure. Yeah, great effort from Rapson. He came in when New Zealand was teetering a little bit, and he's steadied the ship.
Yeah, New Zealand's had 228 for loss of 5, but just under 5 overs remaining. Definitely in the driving seat to put up a good total, and they're hoping that they have a strategy for their bowling attack to limit the Indians.
88-run partnership between Rapson and Dench, so that's just what New Zealand needed.
Yeah, we might get to see our first century for the partnership.
Oh, Rapson buffs it down the ground, straight past the bowler.
And he manages to save it, and they'll get 2 runs.
Yeah, that's some really good fielding by, let's name him Jigar. Number 10, I can see his shirt pretty clearly. It was right down in front of us. It was hit well by Rapson. And I thought it was going for 4, but it ends up being 2. Good bowling by Dungaria, tossing it right up onto the toes of Rapson. He can't get it away. Big hit, where's that gone? Oh, bounces just inside the boundary. That was a nice big hit from Ben Rapson. There's a man out there, but he couldn't quite get around in time, and it bounces just inside the line for 4. So good strong hit from Ben Rapson.
He means business during these last few overs. Not afraid to take a shot. It's like you said, if we would have lost these 2 batsmen, the tail enders, and if they did a good job of keeping those singles going and the tail enders come.
Oh, another huge shot is a chance of a... Oh, he is caught. Yes, we lost vision of it out there, but it was well taken by the man at long off. It was a good hit from Rapson. He timed it. But,
unfortunate loss.
Yeah, but well held, I imagine. We can't see it, but he took the catch, and Rapson's inning is over, but he's done exactly what he needed to do. 56 he scored with 5 boundaries, and a partnership of nearly 100 with Bo Dench has taken New Zealand very close to that projected score of 250. If they keep going at this run rate, they'll be looking at 260. So excellent innings from Ben Rapson, and he's getting the appropriate applause from the crowd as he crosses the boundary line now. Well batted to you, sir. And now the man that Ovidia's been waiting for all day, Peter Connell, comes to the wicket. Coming in at number 8, Peter Connell, the New Zealand captain, former Ireland international, played some one-dayers and T20 internationals as a seam bowler, but he can give the ball a whack, and he's got 4.5 overs to do so. thought we might have seen Jerem Wiley in next. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yep, sorry, it is in fact Jerem Wiley. It looked like Peter Connell from a distance, but it is Jerem Wiley. He's a powerful hitter from Hamilton. And he's going to pick up a run of some description. It might be a leg bye. Let's see. Wait for the umpire. Yep, lifts his leg, gives the left knee a tap to signal a leg bye. Yeah, so Jerem Wiley, the man they nickname X because he's got the X factor.
I was a minute there, I thought you were going to say because he's one of the X-Men because he's got.
Oh,
certain
wicket
powers.
taken, another one
Oh,
falls. So
no.
both of the batsmen who had done so well to put on that great big partnership have fallen in almost consecutive deliveries. Bo Dench has gone back to a short delivery, tried to cut it away, just got a thick outside edge to sort of a short third man Gully, who takes a good low catch, and India clawing their way back into this one. It's been a bit of a topsy-turvy game. We saw New Zealand get off to a good start and then turned it into a really good start, and then India pulled back the wickets before that 90-odd run partnership between Rapson and Dench, but they're both gone now. Bo Dench scored 38 off 45 deliveries. Good innings from him. But the good news for India is there's now two new batsmen at the crease. Jerem Wiley and Nick Smith is the new man joining him. So Yogesh Dikolkar is going to bowl his final over. He's got 3 for 31 so far. Really good bowling from him. Wiley whacks it out to cow corner for a single. So these two guys will run hard, I'm sure. Nick Smith is a nuggety little left arm batsman. Smith has a big swing first ball. If you'll indulge me, I'll just give a quick shout out to my mate Tom Robertson over in Australia, who I believe is still tuned in. G'day, Tommy.
What's the time there right now? Midnight? Just after midnight?
Australia, let's see, 12. I think it's only about 10 p.m.
Oh.
So it's not a very late night by Tom's
Okay.
standards. And good to see you tuning in, Tom, especially when Australia's playing on the next channel. My old roommate from a cricket tour many years ago. Okay, here's Yogesh, and Nick Smith bangs it down to long off for 1. And Tom's just sent me a big love heart, which I imagine means that he's heard what I said. Love you too, Tommy. Okay, back to the cricket. Dikolkar to Jerem X Wiley. And that is the X factor that we've expected. The big slog over mid-wicket for 6 runs.
That's the first 6 of the day, is it not?
Indeed it is, yes. And that's what he's known for. He is a big man who hits a big long ball. And that's exactly what he's done there, hoisting that one over the man at cow corner, across one of the longer boundaries on this fairly sizable Ardern Oval ground here at Claremont. So that's a good powerful hit Yeah, in the first 6 of the day. We saw a couple come close, but that's the first one to clear the line.
Yeah, New Zealand is about 6 or 7 short of our envisaged.
And now he's bowled him, so the shorter, flatter one. Wiley premeditating that sweep shot and sees his off bail removed. I know that because the leg one is still on there. So Wiley, 6 and out for him. Hits a big dinger and then gets done by Yogesh Dikolkar, who takes his 4th wicket. Great bowling from him. With 1 ball to spare in his spell, he's taken his 4th wicket. So Wiley comes and goes, but at this point of the innings, that's okay. 3 overs to go now. New Zealand 243 for 7. And finally we do see Peter Connell come to the wicket at 8 down New Zealand are now. So Peter Connell coming in at number 10. So now New Zealand are in a bit of a tricky situation where they do want to bat out their overs, but they also want to pile on the runs. So I think anything above 250 from here, we'll be very happy with. Right, so wickets tumbling in the last few overs. I'll just run quickly through the scorecard. Hardeep Singh scored 57, Leighton Parsons 14, James Marshall 34, Nick Horsley 18, Scott Mara 8, Ben Rapson 56, Bo Dench 38, and Jerem Wiley the last to go for 7. Nick Smith, 1 not out. Peter Connell yet to face a ball. It'll be Nick Smith facing Fakir Dungaria. And he plays a pretty inventive shot into some wide open spaces, just tickling it round the corner. It's a big chase for the fielder and the batsmen are herring through. I think they'll settle for 3, they do. So nicely played by Nick Smith, who now practices the shot. But he did it pretty well. You got 38, mate.
I don't want to stuff you up.
Yeah,
38.
Okay, Peter Connell will take strike. As I mentioned, New Zealand captain, former Ireland international. Big shout first ball. Not out, unless he runs himself out. No, he won't do that. Good delivery from Dungaria, nice and full on the toes of Connell, restricting his scoring options. Tossed up this time. It's a full toss and Connell can't do anything with that one either. Just hits it back to the bowler, no run. And he'll pick up maybe 2 here. He's somehow squirted it around the corner and they will get 2. So he hasn't looked entirely elegant so far, Connell, but he's doing a little job here for his team. Here's Nick Smith, who swings it away. I think he's going to be just safe as it goes down to a backward square leg. So some pretty unorthodox shots being played in these late stages of the New Zealand innings, but that's how you'd expect it. And New Zealand, was that the 250 up? 250 up for New Zealand. after 43 overs. So they did manage to get there finally. There was a bit of uncertainty at one stage when they were 140 for 5, but they've managed to put on another 110 since then, which is a good effort. They were 140 for 5 about halfway through the innings. And now with a couple of overs left, they'll be looking to maybe try to get 260 or even more. And that would represent a pretty good effort from New Zealand. Now, one of the seamers is going to come back, interestingly. I think this might be, is this Mehta? Mehta. He bowled 5 overs at the start of the innings, took none for 27. And Prakash Patel also bowled some seam, but apart from that, there's been 33 overs of 33 overs of spin, most of it left arm. I think we're going to see a lot of spin in this World Cup. The wickets here in Cape Town are conducive to slower bowling. Although this one today has been a good batting wicket. Not lightning fast, but good for run scoring. Here's Mehta, and that's a nice little tickle round the corner from Nick Smith, but the fieldsman is there and he scurries around, but Nick Smith also scurries back for 2. They've run a quick single. That's good running by Peter Connell, especially calling his partner through as it went straight to the man at point. I don't know if Vincent Jones is still watching, but he's left a comment on the YouTube page saying that Peter Connell is the deputy principal of his old school. So I'm not sure if you were a student, Vincent, or a colleague, but if you're still watching, g'day, you've got your wish, as Peter Connell will take strike now. And he's hit a big shot out towards Cow corner. It's going to fall safe, won't reach the boundary as the fielder trips over the ball a little bit there, but he manages to gather it, and the New Zealand batsmen come back for 2 runs. So a good lusty blow from the deputy principal.
I hope there's no baseballs here.
Well, it's a good delivery from Mehta right up in the block hole, and Connell can't really do anything with that particular delivery.
New Zealand's done very well. Gone past the 250 mark. I think they may be able to get 280.
I think 280 might be a bit far away unless something like that happens. No, he's hit it straight to the guy. Good blow, and they'll take 2. So there's about 8 balls left. Yeah, maybe 270. You never know. If they run hard and pick up a boundary or 2. 5.9 the run rate is up to now, so that's good for New Zealand. Here's Mehta again to Connell, and he tries to dab that but misses it, and through to the keeper. No run to end the penultimate over of this New Zealand innings. So I think it's going to be Dungaria to close out the innings. He has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 33. Done pretty well. The man who also plays for the Indian Over-40s side. We'll see him with the bat later. He's a middle order batsman. Smith down the wicket, slices it away past point. They'll pick up at least 2 and they'll stop at 2. It's a good adventurous batting from Nick Smith. He's been very industrious in his brief innings here. What's he got? 10 off 8.
That's the ball coming over
Well,
from
we've just seen
the other match. The ball just rolled over from the other oval behind us on this hill. That was to be a massive hit.
Yep. Yes. Australian fielder says, "Can we have our ball back, please, sir?" Keep that ball out of our backyard, please, mate.
It cooked the stumps and came.
Oh, what happened there? Did I miss that? Was the bowled? Sorry, we were too preoccupied by the Australian ball coming through that we missed that delivery, but so did Nick Smith apparently, and he's been bowled, so his handy little cameo comes to an end. And with this being the last over, that's perfectly fine to go in that kind of fashion. You might be able to see it on the YouTube. Replay, let's see, it should be this delivery. I'll have a look at it. Oh, yeah, so it was that delivery. I thought they were appealing for LBW, but it had actually bowled him. He moved across his stumps, tried to hoist it away on the leg side, and I think it just clipped the leg stump. Yes, you can see it there being knocked slightly askew. And who have we got in now? Is this Mirza? Yeah, Farhan Mirza, the man they call the Fizz, coming in as the last man for New Zealand. Of course, these matches are 12 aside, so that means 12 players can play, but only 11 can bat. And he's off the mark straight away with a little clip. So the 12th player cannot bat. You have to name a designated non-batter, but any of the 12 can bowl. So the 12th player for New Zealand is Paddy Sullivan, and he will open the bowling, I expect, for New Zealand.
Oh, someone might be underneath it.
High in the air.
And he misses it.
Diving attempt.
Safe for now.
Threw out the right hand there. Did I think it's Sugdev or something, player there. It was up in the air for a long time from Connell. And up in the air long enough for them to run back for 2. So this is the sort of crazy cricket that we expect in the death overs. All helter-skelter and wildness. It goes again, this time hitting it square on the offside, and they will come back for 2 more. Oh, they should have come back for 2, I reckon, on the arm. Maybe with this being the last wicket, they just thought, let's err on the side of caution. How many balls have we got left, please? Just the 1. Okay, so Farhan Mirza will have free license here. And swing and a miss, and he's been bowled. So India end by bowling out New Zealand off the very last ball of the innings. Farhan Mirza clean bowled by Fakir Dungaria, who finishes with 4 wickets as well, as does Yogesh Dikolkar. And Mirza out for 2. New Zealand all out 263. So that's, I don't know exactly what that is per over. It's about 6, just under 6. I'll just run quickly through the scorecard. Hardeep Singh was out for 57, Leighton Parsons for 14, James Marshall 34, Nick Horsley 18, Scott Mara 8, Ben Rapson 56, good knock from him, Bo Dench 38, Jerem Wiley hit a 6 and got out, 7 total, Nick Smith 10, Peter Connell 10 not out, Farhan Mirza 1. Bowling figures for India, Jigar Mehta, none for 34 from 6. Prakash Patel, 5 overs, none for 29. Sanjay Kamkar, he was a bit expensive actually. 1 for 67 from 9. Iqbal Khan, 1 for 51 from 9. But the two best bowlers of the innings, Yogesh Dekolkar, 4 for 39 from 9 overs. And identical figures, Fakir Dangaria, 4 for 39 from 7 overs. So the players have all but left the field now, and we'll all go have a nice civilised bite to eat at the beautiful Claremont Cricket Club clubhouse, and return in about 40 minutes for India's pursuit of 264 to win this round 1 match of the Over-40s Cricket World Cup. Join us then.
Sure. In the meantime,
There we go.
get some charger for you. Lovely session.
Will our stuff be safe?
Yeah, I'll get somebody. I'm probably going to come through and sit here myself. Just look after that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go charge that up for you.
I don't know if this is on or off. Whatever, it can have. Yes, I don't know if we're actually talking to this or this now.
Oh, are we talking to that?
Anyway, we won't be here, so it won't matter. Christchurch, who will be steaming in from the far end. That's a good start from him, nice and full. Probably the quickest of the New Zealand bowlers, Sullivan. Hit on the pad, half-hearted shout for LBW. I think that was going down the leg side. You'll see much better probably on the live stream. It's a good start from Sullivan. He's been on the money, making the batsman play. Dungaria, as I mentioned before, has played quite a bit of over-50s cricket, so he is in his 50s. So this will be a different challenge for him than what he's used to. The over-50s, you don't see a lot of quick bowlers. Not that Paddy Sullivan is genuinely quick, but he's pretty quick compared to the over-50s. First runs for Dungaria, down to long leg for a single. So we had a nice lunch, lasagna. Did you have some lasagna over there?
Yeah, it was quite good. I'm sure the teams have refilled sufficiently, and India's looking to beat that score.
Yes, they certainly are. Ooh, good carry from Sullivan. The word from the players is that the pitch is keeping a little bit low, a little bit too paced. That one's short and it's swung away through mid-wicket. He hasn't fully timed it. So they'll probably get 2, which they do. He was a little bit hurried on that pull shot. That was Mehta. So Sullivan's first over completed as well, and 3 runs off that. So the Indian batsmen have seen both of the New Zealand opening bowlers, and it's been a pretty good start from the Kiwis, just the one wide. Oh, Connell pulls out of his run-up. It's a hot day here in Cape Town, mid-30s they reckon.
I bet our Indian friends this is nothing for them, get quite hot on the subcontinent, and that's a wide for New Zealand.
Well, I was talking to one of the Indian players at lunchtime and said basically the same thing to him, and he said, "No mate, I've been living in England for 20 years, so I'm used to 12 degrees and cold and grey," and that's in the summer. So yeah, they're finding it a bit hot too, some of them. So I think from a New Zealand perspective, the idea will be, obviously they want to take wickets, but if they can keep the runs fairly dry, then that run rate's going to creep up from 6 or just under 6 to what it was at the start to 7, and then it's going to be hard to score too quickly. It's a beautiful straight drive from Dungaria. What a lovely shot. No prettier shot in the book than the on drive. and that was played with a lot of class. Very nice shot. Yeah, full face of the bat. Nice little flourish at the end. Short and slapped over cover, heading out towards the boundary. Avidia will use her X-ray vision to tell me if it's gone for 4.
I think it may have, but
No, it didn't. It was hauled in. Actually, I could see that one through one of the tiny little slats in the score sight screen there.
far end
So 2
of the
runs.
embankment.
2 runs scored. He's losing the radar slightly here, Connell. Previous ball was short and wide. This one's down the leg side. Maybe just searching for an extra bit of pace. Good delivery this time, but he's squirted it down to third man off the outside edge safely for 1. So wherever you're watching in the world, I hope you're enjoying it. Might be a little bit late for the Kiwis back home. It's it might be 1 in the morning over there. Probably got some Indians still up. Maybe a few in the British Isles watching. Oh, that's a full delivery, Yorker length, but not quite on the wickets. It sneaks through. And I hope you're enjoying our coverage brought to you on Pitch Vision Technology. My name's Jim Morrison, and I've got Avidia sitting to my left. And sorry, I didn't catch your name. Sordo. Doing the pitch vision scoring on my right. And then a couple of lads up on the scaffolding doing the camera work and all the technical stuff. That's a nice shot, nicely fielded in the covers by James Marshall, so good cricket all round. They'll pick up a leg by here as that shout for LBW is denied and the ball ricochets down to fine leg. Leg. I don't know, it was though.
Theo, was that leg by?
Oh, good bounce from Sullivan, that one. Climbing through to Bo Dench at shoulder height, so that's a good carry from the big left armour, Paddy Sullivan. Another nice straight drive, this time by Mehta.
Nick Smith.
$15 without loss after 4 overs. India making a steady but unspectacular start to their chase. So they need exactly 250 to win from here in 247 balls. So that run rate has just got over 6 for the first time. And they're still fine in that regard, but I think they'll be trying to make sure it doesn't get too close to 7, because that could be tough to score at. Especially when the spinners come on and things get slow. That'll help the cause as it's clipped out to square leg for a couple of runs. Nice and straight, that last delivery from Connell. That's where he wants it. Just keep attacking those stumps, banging away on a good length. They're quite wristy, these Indian batsmen, so that was taken from middle and off, I think, and whipped away down to long leg for another 2.
Enjoy the day further, guys.
Good carry from Connell this time, so there's a bit of bounce in this wicket. We didn't see too much of it from the Indians. Probably not the same pace. Theirs was more of a spin based attack. They had some really good left arm spinners in their lineup, whereas New Zealand probably more of a pace based attack, although there are 3 or 4 spinners in the lineup. Among those will be Nick Smith, the slow left armour, Ben Rapson, who bowls off spin. We saw him score 50 with the bat. And Farhan Mirza, he's an interesting bowler, bowls quick leggies. So those are the 3 main spin bowling options that Peter Connell has. Pace-wise, he has himself, Paddy Sullivan, Jerem Wiley, and maybe a little bit of Leighton Parsons.
Well, the New Zealand team is certainly very chirpy out there, even though it's so incredibly hot. And they're dressed in black, and black attracts more heat. Can't be easy for them out there.
Another good delivery from Paddy Sullivan. He's been testing these 2 Indian opening batsmen. Beautiful scenery here, the mountain range. I don't know, does that mountain range have a name?
This particular mountain on here is the Constantia Berg, and that's Fernwood Peak over there. They all form part of the Table Mountain chain.
Okay, so the range is called Table Mountain, even though Table Mountain only refers to the part that you can see from the city. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically there's a...
It's part of the Table Mountain chain, you call it.
Right, so there's a nice big long mountain that curls right through the middle of Cape Town, including the famous Table Mountain, but as the video has just pointed out, they all have different names, the actual peaks.
The entire The traditional name for it in Koi is called Hurikwahu.
Pulled away nicely by Dungareer. I think he's going to pick up 4 for this one. He is. Yep, nicely whipped away. Good shot using the pace. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so the traditional name in Koi is Hurikwahu, which means mountain from the sea.
Fair enough.
So we actually have a 5-day trail called the Hurikwahu Trail. It's a 5-day walk from the face of the mountain down. And you sleep in one of the overnight huts on the mountain, walk all the way through to Steenberg
Okay.
and back.
Have you done that yourself?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
It's on the list.
Done many trails on the mountain itself.
Yep.
That forms part of it. It's on the bucket list, I suppose.
Okay, good. Good. So Dungareer just looking a little more comfortable now. Played that nice whip away for 4 and then a couple of confident drives. He's up to 12. Meta's on 7. Oh, it takes a little shimmy down the wicket and hits it straight back over Sullivan's head. Now he really liked the shot when he hit it, but it's just slowed up, just gone over the boundary now. So not perfectly timed, but good enough to reach the boundary, and another nice straight drive from the Indian opening batsman. 27 without loss they are now, as the 6th over comes to a close. It's Connell back on that hard length, drawing Meta forward. Getting a bit of encouragement from his fielders there after that delivery. I think they recognise that Dungareer is hitting across his front pad. He's connected with all of them so far, but if he doesn't, it could be a bit of an LBW candidate. And I think the New Zealand fielders recognising that and appreciating that Peter Connell is honing into that area. Again, a little step down the wicket from Dungareer, Meta this time. Slower ball, but it's been turned into a full toss, which has been hit nicely through straight with mid wicket for 4. So it didn't quite come out as Connell had hoped, and Meta met it on the full and hit it nicely.
Good shot from him. Some encouragement from his Indian teammates. I think he's definitely warming up, no pun intended.
31 without loss after 7. India making a solid start to their chase of 264. Sullivan again, back of a length, and Dungaria comfortably in behind it. He's looked pretty good today, Dungaria. Played around his front pad a few times, as I mentioned. But hasn't looked in any real danger. Nicely hit.
Shot.
Yeah, it is. Out through the covers. Into the boundary for 4. Very firmly hit by Dungaria. Looking good today. Especially with when he's given width. More runs through the offside. This could go for 4 as well.
It may just very well. Yes, it's going to be short of that.
Yeah, just pulled up by a fielder who's a long way away from us. I can't tell who it is, but they get 2 runs, I think. Dungaria has got himself up to 24 off 22 now with 4 boundaries. He's been more fluent of the two. Ojaz Mehta has 11 from 24. Eight runs off Paddy Sullivan's 4th over. He's got none for 20. Peter Connell has none for 18, so pretty similar between those two bowlers. New Zealand were 30 without loss at the same stage, so India a little bit ahead. And no wickets down.
wide for New Zealand. And that's the third wide of the day for New Zealand.
That was pretty wide on the offside. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't call that, but Connell gets away with it. It was short and wide and it was asking to be hit, but Meta couldn't catch up with it. He's been a little bit... He struggled to get the ball away a little bit today, Meta, unlike Dungaria, who's been scoring at a 100% strike rate. Ninth over has one ball left in it, 42 without loss.
India off to a pretty good start.
Shout for LBW, but it looked like it was down the leg side, even from this angle of ours, which is a bit off centre. And they take a leg bye to end the ninth over, 42 without loss. So New Zealand will be quite happy to keep Meta on strike, I think. He took that leg bye off the last ball of the last over, which means he's on strike again. And he's only striking at 41, whereas Dungari is going at 100 strike rate. So if New Zealand can keep Meta on strike and keep him quiet for a few overs, then that'll just maybe put a bit of pressure on Dungaria. But they do take a quick single as it's pushed just in front of square on the offside. Straight down the ground again from Dungaria, so he has got himself back on strike and he's continued to bat freely. He won't get 4. It's pulled up by, I think, Nick Horsley, just in front of the boundary, in front of the side screen, but 2 more. Driven again into the covers, no run. In fact, that's Nick Horsley, so I'm not sure who that was at mid-off that fielded the previous delivery. That's nicely hit. Graceful shot in the air, out to the boundary for 4. He's definitely the danger man for India, Dungaria. He leant back and stroked that one. It was aerial, but it was nicely played out to the left of Nick Smith, who's at backward point. That one's straight up in the air.
Might catch him. And
Oh, he's
just loses
dropped a terrible sitter. I'm sorry, but that was an absolute goober. And that's a terrible drop by New Zealand. How costly will that be? That was the danger man, Dungaria, and not quite sure who was the culprit on that occasion, but it was a very bad drop. Might be the captain. I think it is. So, sorry Peter, but it's not good enough. Peter Connell. It was straight to him at mid-off. It was up in the air. He just had to backpedal probably 5 paces and tried to take it reverse cup. Very, very simple catch. So New Zealand not doing themselves any favours in the field. First drop catch goes down. And Connell's out of the bowling attack, so he can't redeem himself in that sense just yet. He has to focus on setting good fields for the new bowler, who is Jerem Wiley. The 50 up for India after 10 overs, so that's 5 and over, but it could have and should have been 50 for 1, and Paddy Sullivan deserved that wicket, but not to be. Okay, so Jerem Wiley is going to bowl some medium pace, just off a few paces, but he bowls a heavy ball. Starts with a leg spinner by the looks. Oh, sorry, it's Farhan Mirza. It's not Jerem Wiley, so that explains the leg spinner. So he's into the attack early. Mirza, the man they call Fizz. He was the leading wicket taker at the IPT, which is the New Zealand National Championships tournament. Took 7 wickets at about 15 each. Bowls fairly quick leggies. Quite a long run up for a leg spinner. And that's a full toss, so he's erred on the other side now, and he's going to be punished to the tune of 4 runs. So New Zealand getting a bit sloppy at the moment. Drop catches and then a long hop and a full toss to start for Mirza. They will need to tighten things up against what looks like a pretty handy Indian batting lineup. Full toss swept away, this time to the right of Hardeep Singh, who's running the boundary, and he keeps it to 1. That's a better delivery, and he's bowled him, has he? Yes, he has. The quicker one from Mirza snuck through under the attempted back foot punch of... who was that? Was that Dungaria or Mehta? I think it might be Dungaria. It's a big wicket for New Zealand. Mirza makes the breakthrough after I just said things were getting a little bit ragged. fact, it was Dungaria who was dismissed. So that's the one that New Zealand wanted because he was scoring well. So good innings from Dungaria comes to an end. 31 off 30, bowled by Farhan Mirza. And the first wicket goes down at 57.
So comparatively, Jim, what was the score for New Zealand at this same stage?
Well, let me tell you. If I can. Might have to get back to you on that one, just waiting for the Wi-Fi. But New Zealand did lose their first wickets. That was Leighton Parsons, and then James Marshall came out and really started hitting from ball one. So I'd suggest that the scores were pretty similar at that stage. I haven't got the Wi-Fi, so I don't know. Yeah. Oh, okay. That would be handy. Okay. Okay, Jitinder Diwan, the new batsman. Plays a nice cover drive to start things off. So, to answer your question, video, New Zealand were 52 for 1 at the same stage, and India 57 for 1. So it's pretty even Stevens. But it was a topsy-turvy innings that New Zealand won. It was about now that James Marshall and Hardeep Singh started to put the foot down. But then when Marshall was out, things turned India's way before a steadying partnership between Bo Dench and Ben Rapson helped them get up to a good solid score of 263. Okay, now this is Jerem Wiley. I'm pretty sure. The short haircut, we'll call it. Number 23, bowling from the Constantiaberg end. Slammed into the covers where James Marshall rebounds the ball out to mid-off.
Nicely hit, they'll get one for that. I think if India keeps run rate trickling, they can beat the score, provided there's no serious wickets at 4.
Pretty good start for Jerem Wiley. Just one run off his first over. He'll be happy with that, playing the third seamer role today. If he can just bowl tightly, I don't think Peter Connell will be too worried if he doesn't grab a bag of wickets. If he can just bowl it around 4 and over, 4.5, he'll have done a job for his team. It was an important wicket that New Zealand took. Dungaria was scoring at a runner ball and doing the majority of the scoring for India, while Mehta was being kept a bit quiet. Oh, there's that quicker ball again. It's the same ball that got Dungaria out. Just slides on and it angles into the batsman as well. But Dewan was up to the task, up to the challenge. Very full again this time from Mirza, and just guided away into the backward point area. On the sweep, but he won't get it past short fine leg. That's good fielding there. Quick ball, shout for LBW. Umpire says no. It looked like he was nodding his head, but he didn't put the finger up. And Mirza asking questions of the Indian batsman. That quicker ball is going to pose a bit of a challenge today. Yeah, maybe just going down leg, looking at it on the replay here. Mehta trying to sweep, but not with a great lot of conviction. And I think probably just heading down leg side. But excellent over from Mirza. Keeps things tight, just 1 or 2 off it, I think. So a good couple of tight overs by New Zealand have dragged things back just slightly in their direction as this new pair tries to establish a partnership. This is Mehta and Dewan. So Jerem Wiley's got an important role here, which I think will really just be to keep it tight. Just do exactly what he's doing, bowl in the channel, outside off stump. He's got a well set offside field. There's a cover sweeper, short third man, backward point, cover mid off, fairly standard. Plenty of enthusiasm in the New Zealand field, and they fielded pretty well apart from that one very easy drop catch that went down. Ooh, good delivery from Wiley, beating the prodding bat of Dewan. He wants a single, but he won't get it. Shouts of catch it as the ball just bobbles back towards Wiley and he sprawls across to his right, but bounced well short of him. But another excellent delivery to end a really good over from Jerem Wiley. Was that a maiden over? I think it might have been. Yes, well done. Maiden over for Wiley, and he is none for one from 2 overs. Yeah, bounced well in front of him. So 60 for 1. Suddenly that run rate required is up to over 6.5, and that's exactly what New Zealand wanted. The wicket makes such a big difference. If they can get it up to 7, then that will start to put pressure on India to score quickly and hit boundaries, whereas when it's around 6 they can just sort of bat normally. And that'll be New Zealand's game plan, I'm sure, is to just squeeze India. It's a good delivery from Mirza. Born in India, Mirza, up around the Bengal area, Calcutta. So he learned his cricket in India and moved to New Zealand with his family about, I think it was 20 something years ago. I went out for dinner with the Mirza family the other night. Lovely people they are. He's got his brother and his father over here visiting, following the World Cup. Oh, it's tossed up, but not punished, just driven calmly down to mid-on to the captain, Peter Connell. There's the quicker ball. It's a very dangerous delivery, that one. I think the Indian batsmen are probably aware of it now. Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. Going for the sweep. Good wicket for New Zealand. Yep, going for the sweep. And it must have just spun back a little bit from leg to off. Takes the leg stump, or knocks it back. And another breakthrough for New Zealand. Second wicket down for India.
I think New Zealand's pretty much, in my opinion, in the driving seat, in a commanding position to apply pressure to India and to make those mistakes on the pitch. I think they'll want to get a significant breakthrough within the first 15 to 20 overs.
Was that Mehta out? Or Dylan? Mehta? Yeah, Ojas Mehta was the man out, bowled around his legs, trying to sweep that delivery, which might have been just a little bit full to do so. And just clipped the leg stump. So good bowling from Mirza. He really is a wicket-taking bowler and a big threat for New Zealand. He'll be a key part of this defence by the Kiwis. So Mehta, after scoring 22 from 48, so he was a little bit slow, scoring at 45 strike rate. He's gone, and Mirza has both of the wickets to fall. India 60 for 2. And I think they might as well take drinks now. It's there's only one ball left before the scheduled drinks break. But looks like they might. I guess they are, in fact. There's a big crate of drinks being carried out. So I guess we'll just take a tiny little break here as well.
Alright, so we're back with the drink break just finished. India is currently 60 for 2, and New Zealand firmly in the driving seat, hoping to take more wickets within the next 10 overs. Skipper Iqbal Khan has joined Jitendra Diwan at the crease. He's bringing back some much needed strategy for the batting.
He's a good player, Iqbal. Played quite a lot of first class cricket. As I mentioned earlier in the day, he's older than a lot of the players in this match. He's in his mid-50s. Also captains the Indian over-50s side. But he brings a lot of experience with the bat, and he's quite a wristy player. I think the only thing is he can sometimes bat a little bit slowly, so he'll need to keep his strike rate up from an Indian point of view. Here's Wiley, who's bowled tightly.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the air, but just away from Scott Mara at mid-wicket, and it's heading out to the boundary. Diving effort in vain. Into the boundary for 4. Very nice shot from Divan.
Yeah, the current strike rate, run rate is about 6 runs per over. So they'll want to keep it around that.
Oh no, it's
area.
up to 6.7 now.
6.7 now. Now they'll want to keep it in that area and higher to get close to what New Zealand's put on.
Good heavy ball from Jerem Wiley, a man they call X because he supposedly brings the X factor. There was a bit of X factor to his batting today. Hit a massive 6, the only one of the innings, or one of the only ones, and then he was out the very next ball. So unpredictable. Oh, caught behind, is he? There's an edge, I'm pretty sure. I
Is
think
the umpire putting his finger up, or
no,
what
I
is
think that
happening?
no. The question is to see whether the ball carried. I think there's no. Yes, there is. The square leg umpire has confirmed that the ball carried through to the keeper. There was no question about the edge. We heard it from here. The umpire just wanted to check that the wicket keeper caught the ball on the full, and the square leg umpire said yes, indeed he did. So wicket confirmed. I'm just going to watch that on the replay here. Bit too close to cut. Clear edge, and it was taken very low down by Bo Dench, so a good catch for him. And the umpire's finger goes up. Batsman's on his way. New Zealand take wicket number 3. The score on 66, and that was Divan. Jitendra Divan, that's right. He was out for 5 from 15, so his match is over. And Iqbal Khan will be joined by the sturdy frame of number 15.
which is Prakash Bhai
Roy.
Patel. Is it Prakash Bhai?
Roy. Roy. R-O-Y. Yeah. New batsman is Roy.
So it's Taraknath Roy.
Taraknath Roy. Okay. And it'll be Iqbal Khan to face the first ball of Mirza's next over. And he plays another one of those wristy cover drives.
Maybe a second run. They have to hurry for it. Yeah. Safely make it. They'll need to try and keep it steady until they have the required amount of runs on the board, like 150 or something like that.
Oh, cries of catch it as it goes out towards cover, but falls just short. And that will bring Roy on strike. Taraknath Prasad Roy. So New Zealand looking to squeeze India now. There's plenty of chat out there. The fielders have just come in a pace or two. There's a lot of jogging around, enthusiasm amongst the Kiwi fielders. Oh, and there's that quicker ball again. It's a good one, that. Just brings Roy forward, hurries him up slightly. Can do this. Whoa, big
that's a
shot.
Big shot.
Big shot from Roy out of nowhere.
And it's an over. It's a boundary.
That's right, 4 runs. A nice aggressive shot from Taraknath Roy. I guess that's the way he's going to play.
Yeah, that's a tremendous shot from his side. Now they'll need to keep it steady for the next 5 to 10 overs to put up a significant score. So I'm not sure what the batting lineup is like. I'm not familiar with this team, so beyond what they've got now, I'm not sure how good they are with the bat.
Well, we know that Roy can hit big. Whether that's his go-to style, I'm not sure, but he played a beautiful lofted off drive there. They do need almost 7 and over, so we shouldn't be too surprised by the odd big shot. That's what they need to do. Certainly wouldn't want this run rate required to get up into the 8s. That'll make it really difficult. Jerem Wiley's doing a great job for New Zealand. Into his 4th over, has 1 for 6. Done exactly what he said his captain would want him to do when he came on to bowl, which is just to keep things as tight as possible from the far end. Get that run rate required up, up, up.
Yep, and the most economic bowler thus far.
The other good thing that New Zealand's done is they haven't dropped short to Iqbal Khan yet. He's very strong on the cut shot, and they've kept the ball up to him so far. He's played some nice cover drives, but he hasn't hurt New Zealand. He's more likely to hurt them off the back foot, I think. Cries of Aram Se from the Indian supporters. That means just relax, just take it easy in Hindi. Oh, as he bowled in, big shout for LBW, finger goes up. Wiley takes wicket number 2. Batsman standing around arguing the toss, but he's got to go. You don't want to be doing that, mate. Jerem Wiley strikes again for New Zealand. That one maybe just coming back in a little bit. Batsman wasn't fully committed to the shot. I wasn't sure if it had bowled him initially, but struck him on the pad, hurried him up a bit, I think. Big shout for LBW from the Kiwis. Yeah, finger goes up.
Well, things decided looking very interesting. I think New Zealand doing what they need to restrict India, and they've got quite the bowling strategy going.
Yeah, Jerem Wiley doing a great job for New Zealand, taking his second wicket. He's bowled tightly, he's bowled really good line, he's bowled a pretty good pace actually. For a guy of just a shortish run, but he's a big strong lad with a real shoulder bowler, and he's been right on top of his game today. So another one falls for India. That was Roy, came and went, hit one nice shot, didn't last too long apart from that, sorry. And just waiting to see who the new batsman is. It's looks like number 9 it might be. Short name, whatever it is. I can't read it, but it doesn't have many letters in it. That's right, we'll wait and see. But what we do know is that Jerem Wiley has 2 wickets now, and he's got his tail up. New Zealand have 4. 73 for 4 towards the end of the 18th over. Another successful over for Jerem Wiley, and India up against it, 73 for 4 after 18. So the batsman out today. Fakir Dungaria was the first out after a good 50-run partnership. He was bowled by Farhan Mirza for 31. And Ojaz Mehta was also bowled by Mirza for 22. Jitinder Divan was caught behind by Bo Dench off the bowling of Jerem Wiley for 5. And last to go, Taraknath Prasad Roy, LBW to Wiley for 5. Captain Iqbal Khan, he's there on 3. Mirza is continuing. It's a hot day here in Cape Town. I'm glad I've got a bottle of Vita 24 Vitamin Boost drink, one of the tournament sponsors. Tasty drop it is. Keep me cool. Have you tried the Vita 24 yet, Lydia?
No, I can't say that I have.
Well, give it a go sometime. It comes in a range of flavours. Tasty stuff. And it's got vitamins. Who doesn't like vitamins?
I do believe it's Vijay Singh that's up there with Iqbal Khan.
Okay, Vijay Singh, a long-time member of the Professional Golf Tour. Now, of course, it's a different Vijay Singh. He's from Fiji, the other one, and he's probably about 65 now.
No, this is Vijay Baubadar Rambasambar Singh.
Seriously? Okay.
Yes. Yeah, we'll stick to Vijay Singh.
Yeah, good idea.
He happens to also be the wicket keeper for India.
Okay. Long off's gone back now, so they may be at the point where they want to give Iqbal Singh a single. Iqbal Khan, sorry. Which is exactly what he gets, with another wristy punch down the ground. Long off comes back up now. In the game that's just behind us, Australia are racing towards victory. They only needed 170 to win. They're 93 without loss after 17 overs. 42 each for Cos Beadle and Jeff Hemming. Runs here for Iqbal Khan. He'll get 2 of them as he gets onto that cut shot that he loves. Good pace again from Wiley, getting the ball through to Dench at about chest height. Slashing square drive by Iqbal Khan, so wristy, out to the boundary for 4. So a normal batsman probably would have pushed that into the covers, but he just breaks the wrists just at the right time there, and gets that extra bit of, gets it a bit more square than a normal batsman. Out to the boundary for 4. Good shot.
I'll get a single from that one.
Got him! Is he? Oh, there was definitely a sound. What's happened here? The umpire's asked to... No, you said not out. There was definitely a sound. It might have been bat on pad. And New Zealand fielders don't seem too upset with the decision. So maybe that's exactly what it was. But more good bowling from Jerem Wiley, who now has figures of 2 for 14 from 5. Good spell from him. Similar to Farhan Mirza, who has 2 for 16 from 5. A little bit of a misfield by Ben Rapson, but it doesn't cost his team a run. Ooh, nicely flighted, and has he got him caught behind? He has! Excellent. The batsman's standing around. He doesn't want to go. If he stays around too much longer, he might find himself in a bit of trouble, but he has to go. The umpire says yes, and that was a beautiful delivery from Mirza. It was flighted, but still reasonably quick, and the batsman wasn't sure whether to go forward on the drive or back for the cut. Ended up doing neither really, and just a little tickle through to the keeper, Bo Dench, who did well to hang on to that. And another one goes down for India, and another one for Farhan Mirza. He has 3 for 17 now, and India stumbling a little bit at 82 for 5.
Yeah, at this stage it looks like a bit of a struggle to get to 150 even. New Zealand pretty much looking like firmly in the driving seat and quite close to victory as their neighbours, Australia.
Yes, Australia doing well right behind us, not losing a wicket as they power to overhaul the USA's 169, but we're more focused on this game, of course. So after a good start where India were 57 without loss, they've lost 4 wickets for about 25 runs. Or 5. They're 5 down now, aren't they? Yeah, 5 down, so they've lost 5 for 25. 3 to Mirza, 2 to Wiley. And we haven't even seen Nick Smith into the bowling attack or Ben Rapson, so plenty of bowling options remaining for Peter Connell. The new batsman is Pradeep Shirsagar. He's coming in at number 7. Another tall batsman. They're quite a fit, well-built bunch, these Indians. Slammed away to point, where it's a bit of a misfield, a tough one, but still a misfield, and 1 run is scored. So Kashir Sagar is off the mark. Iqbal Khan's still there. He's seen 3 or 4 batsmen come and go, but he's hung in there. Another excellent over for Farhan Mirza. He now has 3 for 18. And there's still no sign of any clouds around. It's a hot day here in Cape Town. Hot and sunny.
Yeah, it might be slightly cooler tomorrow, but still nonetheless good weather. good enough for cricket.
Absolutely. A lot of people complain about the heat. Not me. I love it. Okay, we are going to see Nick Smith replacing Jerem Wiley, who bowled a really good spell. 2 for 14. He's been replaced by Nick Smith, who bowls a bit of left arm spin, and he'll do that from the Constantiaberg end. Good start from Smith. Has a bit of a round arm action, but he's pretty accurate. Spins the ball a bit. Hails from Mount Maunganui, Tauranga area. And plays for the Districts side, the Districts Grizzlies they're called. That's in the Over-40s competition in New Zealand, which is held every year. Good sprawling save by number 23, that's Jerem Wiley. But they take one, and Cigar picks up his second run. Good delivery, catches the edge, and a good sprawling save by big Ben Rapson down at short third man. Top scorer for India, Fakir Dungaria with 31. But there's been a few single figure scores in the Indian sheet as well, which is not helped their cause at all. Now the run rate required is up to 7.66, and that's going to be very difficult, especially with half of the team back in the shed. Okay, so the two men that I talked about earlier, Nick Smith and Ben Rapson, they're both into the attack. Ben Rapson coming in from the commentary end. He's going to bowl some off spin. Oh, he starts well too, right on the money for Rapson. Things not getting much easier for India here in the face of this well-balanced New Zealand bowling attack. Great start by Ben Rapson, just the one run off his first over. Oh, very straight. So real challenge now for India is that run rate required is just under 8 now.
Yeah, I think that India should be taking a little bit of risk now. I'm not sure how strong the batting is below this point, but they definitely should start to look for those bigger hits, because this run rate is slowly but surely trickling up, and it's going to be tough for them to recoup.
Bit of aggression there from Iqbal Khan, but even that just goes straight to mid-on, no run. Oh, through the legs of Nick Smith. He won't be happy with that. He's a good fielder and he sets high standards for himself, and that one just nutmegged himself. In the England-Zimbabwe game, England cruising towards victory there. They're 129 for 3, just needing another 20 runs. Nick Compton, former England Test batsman, is 50 not out. Darren Stevens, the other guy that we're all looking to see in this tournament, he was out for 3. South Africa are also heading towards an easy victory over Wales. Wales only managed 119, and South Africa are nearly there. 108 for 2. Ooh, good straight delivery from Rapson again, and even the wristy Iqbal Khan can't whip that one away.
Well saved by New Zealand. Keeping it very tight so India finds it difficult to score. But it'll be 1 run only. Ooh, that's a big one.
It's sliced away through the covers. It won't go for 4, it'll be 2. And India finally out of the 80s. It feels like they were in the 80s forever. They're up to 90 now, so not great advance for them. But they've just let that run rate skyrocket. It's up to 8.6 now, the rate required. And Iqbal Khan, the captain, well, he's a good player, but he's only scoring at a strike rate of 54, and when you need 6, 7 and then 8 and over, it's not quite enough. I realise that his team's lost wickets and he needs to stay in, but unless he's got some real tricks up his sleeve, then he could just be bogging things down. Someone needs to start hitting some boundaries for India if they're going to have any chance. The last man out, Vijay Singh, he was 0 off 5. Pradeep Kashir Sagar, he's on 3 off 11. I mean, New Zealand have bowled well, but they haven't been unhittable. Oh, that's a nice shot, which is going out towards the cover boundary and over the rope.
Yep, they'll just make it.
So another wristy cover drive by Iqbal Khan. That's one of his favoured shots, along with the cut.
Yep, puts them within reach of the 100. Good save, New Zealand.
Going to give us some SIM cards or something?
I don't know what happened. Well, given what India is chasing, it's a tough ask, given that they are more than halfway into the over allotted to them. So it'll be a miracle if they can even reach 200 at this stage. They're 1 run away from reaching the 100. Oh, he's out.
Yeah, great bowling from Nick Smith. Bowled, right?
Yes.
Yeah, bowled him. Takes the leg bail off. It's a good reward for Nick Smith, who has bowled tightly today. And he keeps on India under 100, and they're now 6 down. And that was Pradeep Kashirsagar who was the man to go there. So Nick Smith has bowled 3 overs, just 9 runs, and he's taken his first wicket. Ben Rapson equally economical. In fact, Paddy Sullivan is by far the most expensive of the New Zealand bowlers, and he was really good early on. He's gone at 5.4 and over.
Now, Farzan Mirza has proven to be quite economical and useful in regards to his 3 wickets. So he certainly contributed to half the current wicket haul for New Zealand.
Yep, 6 down. Now India really struggling.
And victory seems within reach for New Zealand.
Well,
They may be celebrating with their neighbours tonight.
possibly. It's been a good effort for the Kiwis in this round 1 match. India was a real unknown quantity, so I know New Zealand was quite not concerned, but apprehensive about what sort of team the Indians would provide. And it's been a good performance by New Zealand. Maybe a few things to work on for the next couple of games. They've got Wales tomorrow, but overall they'll be pretty happy with this performance so far. India, conversely, they've got a bit of work to do. The batting hasn't fired. Bowling was pretty good, some of the left arm spinners, but no one's really looked dangerous with the bat apart from the 2 guys who are in their 50s. That's Fakir Dungaria and Iqbal Khan.
Oh, new batsman at the crease for India is Yogesh Dikolkar. So I do not have any information on him, unfortunately. I'm not sure if you can share any information or stats on him.
No, he's
Because
never.
this is a new team for us, and they've never played.
Well, that's right. India's never played
Before.
an over-40s international. The only thing we know about Yogesh is that he bowled in the first innings and took 4 for 39. So we know he's a good bowler. But
I mean, if he does good with the bat, we know he's an all-rounder. If not, if he's unlucky.
okay, so Yogesh, not the tallest man in the world. He's going to face up to Nick Smith. Left-hander he is, Yogesh, so lefty to lefty.
New Zealand looking decidedly very energetic out there, certainly motivated and encouraged by their recent wicket haul, and knowing that victory is within reach for them. Oh.
So India have finally brought up their 100. They're 100 for 6.
For them to use it.
And trying to get the ball away, but it looks difficult against these two spinners, Ben Rapson and Nick Smith. Both have bowled economically. In fact, the last 4 bowlers for New Zealand have all gone for 3 runs and over or under. And that has just made it impossible for India to keep up with this run rate. It's another good delivery from Rapson. He's bowled flat today, a little bit of turn. He's bowled wicket to wicket. And if he can get a couple of wickets, he'll be in line for the man of the match. In fact, he might be in line for it anyway after his 50 today. It was maybe a match-winning effort if you look back on the day, because New Zealand were struggling at 140 for 5 when Rapson and Bo Dench came together and put on 90 odd for the 6th wicket, and that really rescued New Zealand. One could also argue that Farhan Mirza, the New Zealand leg spinner, could be a contender, as he broke the back of the Indian lineup with those 3 wickets. Still, we got 4 wickets to go, or 160 odd runs for India to win it. Now what's happening here, there's a bit of a delay. Looks like Is he signaling no ball or something? What do you think that was for?
Restrictions. It's not fulfilled.
Sorry?
Is it not fulfilled in restrictions?
Ah, it could have been, yeah, it could have been a violation of the fielding rules. Yeah, one more man's coming inside the circle, so looks like Ben Rapson's been penalised, which he's not happy about, and now he's got to bowl to a no ball, free hit, sorry.
107.
Oh, it's caught, but it's obviously not out. And then the fielder fires it in, so they try the run out, because of course the only way you can get out off a free hit is run out. So the ball was hit out by Yogesh to cover where it was caught, but of course it's a free hit, so it can't be out, and then the ball was fired back in. So the end result, just one run off that free hit. That is over-tossed by Rapson this time, and it's been hit out to the cover boundary for 4 by Iqbal Khan. That's his third boundary in his score of 29 not out. That previous delivery, one of the only bad balls that Rapson's bowled today. He tried to give it a little bit more air, just over-tossed it. But apart from that, he's been right on the money. He's bowled flat, he's bowled straight, he's bowled tight, and he's bowled 4 overs for I think 16 or 17 runs. Earlier in the day, if you missed it or you were asleep or whatever, depending on what time zone you're in, New Zealand scored 263 all out, 50s to Hardeep Singh and Ben Rapson, 4 wickets to each of Yogesh De Kolkar and Fakir Dungaria. De Kolkar is facing now to Nick Smith. Swings it away on the leg side, but there's good cover there by Hardeep Singh, who scoots around, keeps it to 1. Still not a lot of urgency from Iqbal Khan. He's 26 of 43 deliveries. Run rate required 9.5. Nicely bowled by Nick Smith, luring the batsman out. And he's lucky that he managed to get something on that with De Kolkar. Iqbal content to just push the ball around into the covers, no run again. So if he is going to launch, I would suggest he might want to do it fairly soon. Nick Smith to continue. 5 overs, 1 for 11. Good spell. Iqbal Khan continuing his defensive vigil here. Maybe batting out for the draw. It's hit over the head of extra cover, but not with any power. And just another single. So I don't know where India's boundary options are at the moment. They seem to be content for some reason with 2s and 3s and over.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it for them though. So I think their target is going to be within reach if that's the strategy they want to deploy.
11 and over they need. 146 from 79 balls. So that's tough going.
Just under 14 overs they have left.
And I think we might see a change of bowling here. It's Mirza coming back in to replace Ben Rapson. Mirza was very good earlier, taking 3 for 18. Shout for LBW, I think it pitched outside leg. Good start though from Mirza, who's been very good again today. In fact, I wouldn't bet against a 5-wicket bag for Mirza. He's got 3 overs left to take a couple of wickets. And the way he's bowling, and with the fact that India need to go after him, certainly on the cards. There's the big shot from De Kolkar. Where's that gone? It's out of our eye line, out to the boundary for 4 at mid-wicket. So finally some hard hitting from India. That's De Kolkar's, let's see, second boundary? Yeah. Tries to repeat the shot with less success as it goes out to Scott Mara on the boundary. Fires in a big return over the head of the keeper. It's a good arm from back there.
To convince the umpire that there's something worth checking out, and the umpire's decided nope, there's nothing happening there.
Good fielding in the covers by Peter Connell. Gave him a bit of a hard time before when he dropped that easy catch, but that was a good piece of fielding. Just one more for Iqbal Khan. 36 of 57 he is now. And that run rate, which is becoming a bit academic now, is over 11 and a half. Almost better to look at it in terms of balls. 139 off 72. So either way you look at it, it's not pretty reading for the Indian side. Oh, he's gone right across the stumps and heaved it out to the leg side for one run. It's Yogesh Dekolkar. At least trying something. Nick Smith finishes his 7th over. He's got 1 for 17, so very economical from the little left arm spinner from Tauranga, the man they call Itch, not sure why. Just behind us, Australia are just a couple of blows away from victory. They're 160, needing only 10 more runs. We've got 15 overs to do that. So all the favoured teams having fairly easy victories today. England over Zimbabwe, South Africa over Wales, and Australia over USA. And I suppose New Zealand, one of the favoured teams. They're looking like they'll have a fairly easy victory.
What's the current status? I think UAE is playing Sri Lanka as well today, right?
Yeah, I haven't looked at that score.
I think UAE put up 215.
Yeah.
And Sri Lanka is currently at 137 for 4.
Okay. How many overs left in that game?
Well, they've got about 12.
About 10. Okay, so
10,
they need 8 and
12,
over.
11. Yeah.
Interesting.
It's doable. Let's see. Yeah. Anything can happen.
And got him.
Oh.
Wicket falls. Farhan gets number 4. Tossed it up a little bit, and Yogesh trying to swing it over mid-wicket, only hit it to mid-wicket, where Peter Connell makes amends for his earlier drop catch with a very easy one. This one maybe a little bit more difficult than the one he dropped. Straight into him, and De Kolkar's somewhat laborious innings of 19 from 27 comes to an end. New Zealand claimed their 7th wicket with India's score at 133. Mirza has 4. So I'm still hopeful for that 5-wicket bag that I predicted for Mirza a couple of overs back. He's now got 4 for 28, so it's on the cards. India's hopes of victory are probably gone. They need 13 and over, so it's just a question of what they can end up with and maybe a few individual highlights. Perhaps Iqbal Khan will try and get his 50. And Farhan Mirza, I'm sure, would love to pick up a 5-wicket bag on debut for him. This is his first over 40s, international.
Prakash Kabai Patel joins him at the crease. Unfortunately, we don't have any data on his batting capability.
He opened the bowling for India. Bowled a few fairly anonymous overs. Nothing really happened.
It's a big ask for India. The current run rate is just under 4. 10 overs remaining. They need 131 runs to win.
Yeah.
60 balls to do it in.
That's not going to happen. Video, I think.
Yeah.
I think we can rule that out.
Not unless they, not unless every ball is a multiple score hitting ball.
That's right. Now we're going to see Hardeep Singh have a bowl here. He bowls little sort of quick offies. They're almost like little seamers. He's an interesting bowler. He's all arms and legs when he comes in. But he can be quite effective. He bowls wicket to wicket. Patel's off the mark with a single. Getting through his over pretty quickly here, Hardeep Singh. He's a bustling sort of guy in everything he does. And that over took no time at all. Just the one off it, I think. And India have 9 overs left, or New Zealand have 9 overs left to take these last couple of wickets. Three wickets to go. Now Farhan Mirza has 1 over left. Is he going to bowl it? Yes, he probably is. He's striding purposefully towards the umpire, passing him his hat. So he's got 4 for 28. Farhan Mirza looking for the first 5-wicket bag for New Zealand in over-40s cricket. There haven't been too many in all over-40s cricket. I wonder if I can quickly find out how many there have been. AJ Sharma from the USA has one. And Abdul Qadir from Pakistan has 2. Not that Abdul Qadir. He's dead. And that's about it, I think. Ooh, smashed away. It's a short delivery and it's humped to the boundary by Patel. A bit of action. And just finishing off on that, Tim McDonald has a 5-wicket bag. He's an Australian playing in the match behind us. It's just finished with Australia finishing comfortable winners in that match. Well, Patel looks like he can bat a little bit, maybe coming a bit later in the order than his skill would suggest. They could have done with some assertive batting early on. Oh, he's got it. He's got the 5-wicket bag. Repeat of the previous over where the batsman hit the ball straight to Peter Connell at extra cover, and that's exactly what Iqbal Khan has done here, and Farhan Mirza takes a 5-wicket bag. Congratulations to you, young man. Congratulations to me for predicting it about half an hour ago.
Did you put money on it?
Well, no one would bet against me, would they? And excellent work by New Zealand. That's the 8th wicket down, and Farhan Mirza gets high fives all round from his team. And Iqbal Khan, well, you know, he scored 40 odd, but he took his time, and I guess wickets were falling around him, but it's hard to say whether that's a good innings or not. Well, we'll leave that for other people to decide. Nevertheless, the key talking point here is Farhan Mirza, 5 for 28. He's still got a ball or 2 to go. So excellent effort by the Auckland leg spinner. As I mentioned, he was the top wicket taker at the New Zealand National Championships, taking 7 wickets in 3 games. He's taken 5 in 1 game here. So I think that would make him the leading wicket taker in this tournament. I don't think anyone else has taken a 5-wicket bag. And interesting point about this tournament is they're doing the IPL style caps for the leading wicket taker and leading run scorer after each round. Alright, what can Mirza do? He's got a couple of balls left. Can he make it 6?
Yeah, like Sachin Deshpande is joining Prakash Patel as a crease.
Alright, well, a single down the ground to end that fine spell of bowling by Farhan Mirza. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 36. Congratulations to the man they call the Fizz.
What do they call him? The Fizz.
The Fizz. Good fielding by James Marshall in there. New Zealand's been pretty good in the field. We had one bad lapse, that was Peter Connell's dropped catch, but apart from that, pretty efficient. And another catch for Peter Connell.
Whoa!
Almost exactly the same. The last three wickets have gone straight to Peter Connell at extra cover, and another batsman comes and goes. This time, I'm not even sure who it was. Was that Deshpande?
Sachin Deshpande.
Deshpande, yep. So it's a clear weakness for the Indians, is hitting in the air to extra cover. Something the other teams might take note of. And Hardeep Singh takes his first international wicket. And this innings rapidly coming to a close. 143 for 9 now. So we don't know how long this innings will last, but just in case it's not too long, I'll run through the Indian scorecard. Ojaz Mehta 22, Fakir Dangaria 31, Jitinder Diwan 5, Iqbal Khan, he's top scored with 40, Taraknath Roy 5, Vijay Singh 0, Pradeep Kashirsagar 5, Yogesh Dakolkar 19, Prakash Patel 6, and Sachin Deshpande out for 1, the last to go. Actually, Deshpande is still in, isn't he? So it must have been Patel who was out.
Patel, yeah. You got the Chris Mehta.
Another Mehta?
Yeah.
Jigar. Yeah. Alright, Peter Connell has brought himself back into the attack to try and finish off this Indian innings. He bowled 5 overs earlier in the day, opening the bowling, none for 21. Oh, he starts with a big wide delivery, which is beating the keeper, and it's heading down to the boundary for 5 wides. So just as well, this is not a tight stage of the game, or that 5 wides might have been a bit costly. As it happens, it's not going to have too much effect on this match one way or the other. Bowling figures for New Zealand, apart from Peter Connell: Paddy Sullivan, 5 overs, none for 27. Farhan Mirza, pick of them, as I mentioned, 9 overs, 5 for 37. Jerem Wiley bowled well, helped restrict the Indians, 5 overs, 2 for 14. Nick Smith, 7 overs, 1 for 17. Ben Rapson, 5 overs, none for 23. And Hardeep Singh, 2 overs, 1 for 3. So the last rites almost about to be administered in this match. Just the 1 wicket remaining for India, and maybe appropriate that there's an Indian bowler, Indian-born bowler I should say, very proud Kiwi now, Hardeep Singh, but born and raised in India, in the Kashmir region I believe. Only a couple of other matches remaining in this opening round of the Over-40s World Cup. One of them is Sri Lanka versus UAE. That's an interesting finish in store. 54 needed from 15 overs with 5 wickets to go. Sri Lanka chasing. It could go either way. And Canada, they need 56 runs off 10 overs with 5 wickets in hand to beat Namibia. So we'll follow those 2 games with interest. Of course, once this New Zealand-India match finishes, we'll end the coverage pretty quickly. But you can always switch over to one of those other matches. They're on the SuperSport YouTube channel. All the games throughout the tournament will be there. All the other 3 matches in this opening round have all finished. England beat Zimbabwe, Australia beat USA, and South Africa beat Wales. So all the matches going to form so far. I think if Namibia beat Canada, that might be a bit of an upset. Actually, probably two evenly matched teams, to be fair. And UAE and Sri Lanka both unknown quantities. So some very interesting results today. And some good statistical performances. We saw, I think it's Nicholas Bays from Namibia scoring 99. Oh, did he get a nick on that? Sounds like it might have got a nick. The catch has gone down if it was. But Bo Dinch, the wicketkeeper, standing up to the medium pace of Peter Connell, it would have been an outstanding reflex catch if he'd got it. If indeed the batsman did nick it. Slower ball. Pushed out into the covers for one. So it's still hot here in Cape Town, 4:37 in the PM. I guess it's cooled down slightly, but it's still a beautiful sunny summer's day down here in the southern tip of Africa, not far from the southernmost point. Oh, it's come back and jammed down on it. Did the batsman there. .156 for 9, so India still well over 100 runs away from victory with just 4 overs to get that, so that's not going to happen. I'm going to make the call pretty early. New Zealand are going to win this match. It's just a question of by how many runs. Been good to have so many people tuning in today. I know we've got a lot of support and viewers over in India, so hello to you guys. Also plenty back in New Zealand and maybe elsewhere in the world. A lot of interest in this tournament around the world, which is great. Oh, chance of a cordon bowled. Hardeep Singh diving away to his left, but it was always just moving away from him. And I think he got a hand to it, but it was a pretty low chance. Took a blow to the face yesterday, Hardeep Singh, while he was batting. Ball snuck in between his grill and his helmet. So he had blood flowing everywhere and just a little bit of concern. This was at a training session, but his nose is well padded, shall we say, so he made a quick recovery. Well, it's tossed up. Shout for LBW. Umpire says no. Tossed up again and just padded back. So we're just going through the motions here. India not looking to win. Just blocking out the overs for some reason. I can do that for you if you want. I know how to use that. You got something else to do? Okay. Okay. Another slow ball from Peter Connell. He's tried that leggy a few times today. It might have been one of the better efforts. End of another uneventful over as this game meanders to a close. Oh, nearly a catch as it went out, slashed away square of the wicket. Leighton Parsons diving to his right, but couldn't even get a hand on it. And I guess they pick up a single or 2 runs. Big hit, chance of a catch. This could end the match, and it does. Well taken down at long on. Hardeep Singh picks up his 2nd wicket. He's delighted about that. Looks like Scott Mara way down there taking the catch. Anyway, New Zealand have won the game by about 100 runs, maybe 104. And India all out for 159, or might be 160. We'll confirm that. But in any case, New Zealand comprehensive victors in this opening match of the Over-40s World Cup. They play Wales tomorrow, and so it's been a very enjoyable day watching cricket here today. I'll go shake some hands and I'll leave it to Vidya to finish things up.
Well, congratulations to New Zealand. Job well done. The final score being India all out for 160, and New Zealand winning their first match of this inaugural Over-40s Cricket World Cup. So just to look at the scorecard for India. So Ojas Mehta was bowled by Mirza, out for 22. And out for 31 was Fakir Dangaraya, bowled by Farhan Mirza again. Jitendra Diwan, caught and bowled by Bo Dench and Jeremy. He was out for 5. Iqbal Khan was caught by Peter Connell, bowled by Farhan Mirza, out for 40. And Tarakanth Roy was LBW Jeremy Wiley, out for 5 runs. Out for a duck was Vijay Singh, bowled by Farhan Mirza, caught by Bo Dench. And Pradeep Shri Sagar, bowled by Nick Smith, out for 5. Yogesh Dikolkar, out for 19. Caught by Peter Connell, bowled by Farhan Mirza. Prakash Patel, caught by Peter Connell, bowled by Hardeep Singh, out for 6. And that brings our day to a close. Tomorrow, New Zealand will be playing Wales. Australia will be playing, by the looks of it, they'll be playing Namibia. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Please tune in, and this broadcast has been brought to you by Pitch Vision Sports Technology. Thank you to everyone that's joined us, and we look forward to seeing you and you joining us for the rest of the tournament.
is New Zealand. 206 played in last year's Over-40s World Cup tournament representing South Africa. Alan, thank you for being down here. I'd like to hand over to you just for a few words.
Thanks very much. Guys, just welcome to my club. And I hope you enjoyed the hospitality here today.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much for the kind words. Right, before I go any further, I'd like to say congratulations to both sides for a really entertaining day's cricket. It was great to watch. It went down to the wire. Some good stuff and great performances. So thank you and congratulate to both of your sides. I'd also like to thank the two umpires, Chris Ruiz and Abdullah Steenkamp. Thank you for your wonderful efforts today, the club today. I'd like to call on the losing captain, Iqbal Khan, to come up and say a few words. Thank you, Iqbal.
Well done, guys. Good victory. You outclassed us.
Yes, one.
I'm very guys and we'll bounce back. I'm sure. I'm very confident. The talent and the standard of cricket we've been playing for 3 years. So, you know, we'll for organizing the game so beautifully. Lovely food and it's always been great. I've been here a couple of times and I cannot fault anything. It's been beautiful. Roger and the team and everybody and your club as well. Thank you. It's been wonderful. Great. Well done, guys. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iqbal. I'd like to call upon Peter Connor. A few words from the side. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you to Claremont Cricket Club. Lovely facility. Thank you to the scorers, Chris and Abdullah. Great day, so thank you. To your team, thank you. Wonderful competitors. A little under pressure at times. Went really well, and the opening batters put pressure on us. But we've got a couple of partnerships with the bat that really made the job hard. And yeah, proud of the team. But I think you'll be some really tough to beat at times. So wish you best for the rest of the tournament, and well done.
Thank you very much, Peter. If I may, I'd like to call upon Chris to come and present the Man of the Match award.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for both teams for a lovely game. I don't know all of you, but I just started a new friendship with all of you. So I wish all of you a wonderful tournament days for the next 11 days that lies ahead. And myself and Abdullah decided on Farhan Maza, who took 5 for 37 in his 9 overs.
Thank you very much. And then, Chris, you can present the.
I congratulate the keeper, Bo Dench, for your nick of a ground catch. You admitted you take it cleanly, and I did see it cleanly. Well done, Bo.
And then there's an award for the opposition player of the match.
No, Cup. Here we took some runs and for 4 weeks. I apologize to opposition player of the match. I don't know your first name, but you scored some runs in the opening spot. And
Well played.
Thank you.
Right, the next award is the Purple Cap Award, and there are very few of these on the go at the moment. But Farhan Mirza, for your wonderful 5-4 effort, congratulations, the Purple Cap is yours today. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes today's Over-40s World Cup Round 1 match. We look forward to seeing you at the next Over-40s Cricket World Cup games, which are listed in your brochure. Thank you and good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the hospitality and everything.
Loved it.
Thank you very
And I
much.
look forward to
Look
this.
forward to you. Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely. No doubt.
Yeah. You want a hand? Oh, you got it. You need some more hands, bro?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All of you, all three guys, all three of you. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Wait for Kira, I want to put it on our WhatsApp group, man. Our umpires WhatsApp group. I designed their trophies.
Did you? Oh, wow.
You designed those? They look good, man.
They look amazing.
They look amazing, man.
Yeah. That's being straight on the mantelpiece.
Hand down.
Oh, hand down.
Yeah.
Thank you very
So,
much.
thanks, Sam. Thank you, gentlemen.
Coming back.
He doesn't think it's...
You still can take it.